Hello there. Welcome. Kosuke, welcome. Is that a nacho or a pizza? It's a Doritos. Okay. The angel of Doritos. Oh, apparently I am being added in Slack. 1 second. This is live dev. I'm getting Slack messages. Yep. Your message was live on Slack. LOL. Jeremy, don't send company secrets. All right. Cool. So we're going to work on some Steam Workshop stuff. First off, really great response from everyone. Great to see that people are super excited about all of this. Also, if the music... Is the music on? Yeah, if the music is too loud, let me know. I can't hear it. So I can turn it down. I can turn it up. It's just random Sentinels music. So I thought that might be nice to have as a background for everyone. Jean-Marc. That's all right. Little loud compared to the voice. Okay, I can turn it down. That's easy to do. Maybe like halfway of that. Let me know, SM Jake, how that is now that you can hear that I've changed it. It might vary with the song. I haven't set. I don't think I can set it to equalize the volume of the songs. That would be nice, but they're all mastered and everything, right? So they're not too far off from each other. But it's not like iTunes that could potentially do an equalization. So can't hear it at all. How about, well, okay, I'll turn it back up a little bit. I mean, I think as soon as I changed it, it went to a really quiet part of whatever the song was. So I'll try turning it a little bit back up. Maybe it was up a little too high. Okay. So, and I'm not going to wear headphones or anything because normally I work without any music or anything. I might have the game sound on, but usually that's off too. Because it's very repetitive to be hearing this opening of a song over and over and over again when you're working on something that isn't related to that really. Anyways, we're going to work on some Steam Workshop and we're very excited to see the response, and people are asking us please send us all the instructions on how to make our mods, and it's oh my goodness, we're not ready yet. We're just starting too. But along those lines, I did want to do that sort of thing. So what I want, we talked about last week, we need to set up a Trello board to track what we're doing. So I made a Trello board and added some lists, and this is part of development, is project management. So we're going to fill this out. So right now what we're doing is prototyping .NET DLL connection / loading stuff. And I don't know if there's anything. Yeah, that's basically this stuff. And also up in the sprint was this other thing, prototype loading resources from disk. In Unity. Oh yeah, I'm gonna make this Trello board public now. I'm gonna make the Trello board public now. So you can visit it. I'll put the link in the chat, and I'll put the link also in a second. Let me just make sure the settings are right. Anyone can comment. So yeah, feel free to comment on cards. That's fine. I want it to be like that. And if it becomes a problem, we'll do something about that. But that seems fine. I wanted to make a channel on our Discord. So our Discord, sometimes Nightbot is the Discord. I don't know if I can type a thing and Discord will post about it. No. our Discord invite link is like discord.gg/Handelabra, I think. I mean, that works too, but like, I think this works, right? Sorry, you can't see what I'm typing. Yeah, this. Go there, join the Discord if you're not on there, and I'm going to make a new channel right now called Sentinels Workshop. Seems like a good channel name. Great channel. Sentinels Workshop. That anyone can come in and talk about making mods and talk about the dev process. Is it not? Oh, I guess I can control the order by dragging and dropping. I think it should go next to the Sentinels channel, right? Hey, look, there's already people in there. All right, Face on Toast, SMJ Remote. You're on the ball. As soon as I start typing the channel name, you're in there. I'm going to link to the Trello board. Trello board with development, status, and information for getting started on making a mod. I mean, it's going to have that. It just isn't there yet. And I'm going to pin that. Will pin ya. Cool. Yeah, what else? This is like going to be the public face of the project a bit, because we're going to link to it there. We'll probably link to it on our other pages and stuff. Got to make sure it works. Cool. So I'm not going to be looking at Discord a lot right now during this stream, so feel free to chat in there. But if you have questions for me right now, to chat in the Twitch chat, because that's what I'm going to be looking at. So Seamus asks, would it help if we describe the process of making mod from our side or something you know already? I guess maybe. We're kind of going to be like providing you the resources that you need to like take the decks that you've made and like bring them into Sentinels and sort of meet halfway. I guess it's sort of meeting halfway, right? So, right. The first thing I want to do today is get this Trello board set up, and then we'll get into some dev, some more of this prototyping stuff. So we're loading users from disk and Unity. We want to maybe, I'll just like put this stuff on the card. Just like I'd rather not just have this like big doc. I'd rather have it be a little structured. Right, so, and this is sort of Sprint is like not really, it's, you know, not really agile or anything, because we're not like, we're doing 1 day a week of dev on it basically. So I have basically lists here for like what I'm working on now, what's done, what's like next. That's the sprint. Alpha is like, what do I want the feature to, what do I want it to support before we can say, hey everyone, now you can make mods like in a really rough way. SMJake123, I mean, JSON is text. And actually that is something that we just like started making them with the .text extension because historically IDEs and Unity didn't know about any, if you didn't call your file .text, it wouldn't load it as text. It would be like, this is a weird binary file, I don't know what to do. So that's why it's .text. But I have found that now, like Visual Studio or Unity will know if it's .json, it'll be able to do it. So we're gonna do that. That was one thing that I think I actually had in the doc here. Did I say? It was in my brain. Yeah, use JSON extension for deck lists. So it's more for historical reasons, SMJake. We started working on this in 2014, and .json was not an extension that programs knew about. But JSON is literally text, right? It's not a special binary format of any kind. So alpha is like where we can be like, you know, hey community, you can make mods and they should work. The workshop won't be open, but like you can like load your mods from a file. Then MVP is like workshop is open, like public workshop time. So more like ad hoc loading kind of things. Like maybe you like pass a parameter to Sentinels with the path of your files or whatever, something like that. Whereas the MVP is like actual public workshops. So like this would be like Steam workshop, backend setup, Steam workshop, integration in the game. We need like a Steam workshop uploader tool, which that's a thing you need to make as a game developer for Steam Workshop, but that could either be its own program or it could be just a function in Sentinels. That's could be how it works. Okay, so what else we got? Yeah, let's just go through this list and put these things where they go. So yeah, like I can add these kind of things to like the future section, like other kinds of mods. Because as we discussed, we're focusing on like content creation mods. And these are the other kind of mods that we might be looking at. So I guess as a sort of high level thing, content creation mods are like the main thing. And what we're wanting support for those are these things, probably mainly. Like probably in this priority, or maybe variants first because that's like easier, but like full decks is like actually maybe easier. I don't know. Like it's 6 of one, half dozen the other. Then Oblivion is sort of special. And then like this can be in the feature section as well. Oh, wrong list in there. Cool. So. Right, this thing. I don't know if that's needs to be in the MVP. It's nice. It's nice. But it's not like I wouldn't ship it without that, right? Because like people can make it on their own. So it's not something that is like necessary, but it's something that would be good. Obviously, documentation. That's going to be throughout, but I think like the first documentation needs to be there. Dev console is a future thing, probably, unless we find that it's like super necessary. Right, so one thing I did do someone was like, you should look at this BepInX thing, and it's like a mod loader sort of utility that works with Unity. And there's a few of them, like it's one of them. There's like MonoMod, Unity Mod Manager. Like if you go to this page, there's like a list of like 10 of them or something. Well, not that many, 5 of them. That's a list of 5, including but not limited to. Basically, there's a lot of these kind of mod loaders that are all about, getting your DLL loaded into Unity, but they all seem to be really focused on altering the existing code of the game that's compiled into the Unity assembly, and that's really not what we're doing here. With the content creation mods, it's all at a way lower level than that. Well, not way lower, one level lower than that. Because we make digital tabletop games, all the rules of the game in Sentinels, as we've shown, is like in a lower level DLL. So you don't need to be modifying to make new decks. You can't do it by modifying. I mean, you could, I guess, in some weird way, maybe. I don't know. It would be really strange. Modifying the Unity layer would be so weird because all of that stuff is at the lower level in the rules engine. So, we don't need to support you modifying the Unity assembly code. We just like, please tell us the name of your class and we'll load it. It's kind of the thing. Certainly for future things, like I want to make a new kind of weekly one-shot, or I want to make a new game mode, or I want to make, change everything about how the game works in the UI or whatever. Like that's future stuff, and that would be something that these kind of tools would be related to. So, I can just take like all this and put it in this for future. how many mods can the game handle at once? I mean, this, for what we're talking about here, the arc type of mods we're talking about is like no limit, because they're all like very self-contained, right? It's just content. Like you have the deck in the game or you don't. So, all right. So one thing, I actually just was using this as like a scratch pad of ideas too. I had an idea. Some people had talked about like, oh, what if I don't have artwork? Like, what am I going to do? An idea of having like a set of default images. Like think about like a silhouette or something of like, you know, maybe there's a non-gendered silhouette and like a masculine silhouette and a feminine silhouette for all the different poses that Jennifer showed, like all the different graphics that are required. And then maybe you just like choose a random color. You can specify a color or a gradient and it applies that. So you can at least have like some image that's not like sort of more generic, but color based could be an idea. And then maybe, you know, there's like the character has that, and there's like, you know, maybe 5 to 10 different placeholders for card art that show up, and you know, maybe there's a few for equipment, there's a few for ongoings, a few for one shots, and you could like choose them, or you could it'll randomly pick one, but randomly in a consistent way. Is there a number of decks that could eventually cause an issue? I'm not sure what you mean. Like, are there decks that could cause issues? Like, probably. Like, any deck could just like make a null reference and not work. So, yeah. So I'm gonna take this idea and file size, I guess. Not that I would think about. No. So that's, I think, I feel like this is like an MVP thing. So I guess I think this is more of an MVP thing than a future thing. I mean, it's one of those things that could like, we want to ship and we can't, unless we do this thing gets bumped. But like, it's a thing that we could have Jennifer work on and do some cool stuff and integrate it in reasonably. You know, it's not a huge kind of thing. All right, so one thing, this is a thing I want to be looking at today. So it's not a checklist, this one. So basic assembly, loading, make a class instance, make an instance with reflection. We did that. That's what we did last week. And that worked. Then this is like, I want to actually have the game be able to load our card. I'll put this in here. This is going to be, at least for the mods, we'll use the .json, because then you get like help from the IDE, which is nice. This one, so let's make a card for this. This is something I'm going to do today, adding some sample deck lists and things to the Trello board. So I have a thing here, info and reference. We're going to add some stuff in there in a second. Make a Discord channel, pin the Trello board. I mean, I could make a card and done, but that was done. Add ideas card on the Trello board. Yeah, maybe. I don't know if I need to add a card. We'll just make cards. Right, post the mod code to a public GitHub so people can be looking at it. That's something I want to do probably today. We'll see if we get to it today. Just have this like project that I'm making be something you can look at as like a really, really rough template to start messing around is what I'm thinking about. So this is sort of Sprint, which is like this stuff I'm talking about loading a card or probably a deck, like loading a deck from another DLL. Just have the engine be able to do that if it's in the engine is able to see the assembly. That will let you start working on your mod without it. It's not going to be in the Unity game, right? It's not going to be playable from the new game screen or anything like that, but you'll be able to actually start working on it in a way that's no different than you will like once that's available. So we'll get into that, and you'll see what I mean in a little bit, I think. So, right, I wanted to add. Let's do that stuff because I want to get into like that development stuff. Then we'll do some of the other example stuff or whatever in there. Oh, I wanted to add a card about here. Discord. Let's link back to the Discord channel, Discord server. So like, join our Discord and talk to other creators in the #Sentinels Workshop channel. We can add a link to the Discord. Oop. Copy link. Handelabra Games Discord. Boop. Yay. And then we'll be adding like those examples. We'll put them in this list. We'll put in like, oh yeah, I want to put in like dev streams Friday 1 p.m. Eastern on every Friday. We're live streaming development of SOTM mod support. Check it out. And I don't know, whatever, marketing. It's not my department. Let's add a link to twitch.tv/Handelabra Games. Handelabra Games Twitch. Cool. Sorry, chat was paused due to scroll. What naming conventions do you use for decks and art for cards? It is all based on identifiers. And actually, that is a good thing to reference. Canonical. I guess we're gonna like, we have a wiki that has a lot of documentation that we're gonna like clean up and like find a public place for that. But there is a list of canonical identifiers, which you can see if you go to Handelabra or sentinelsdigital.com. There's a page somewhere, right? There's a page about how to launch it from a URL. I don't know if we link to it anywhere anymore, though. It linked from a blog post once. That's kind of awkward. If I search for like Sentinels Digital custom URL, yeah, this. Launch URL specification. So this is like, I missed a backslash. Well, I wouldn't put a backslash, but maybe a /. Oh, it like added an extra HTTP in the front. What if I just take off all of that? Oh my goodness. Turtle, what are you doing? I missed a colon. That's what I missed. No. Oh, I missed the extra slash. Okay. Good. Are we good? Why would you even let me put that in? How about this one? What? No. That one's okay, right? Thanks, Jake. Anyway, so this documentation is about launching. You can launch Sentinels with one of these URLs, and we have like a thing that like lets you like start a game against this blah blah blah. But this talks about the identifiers, and so also like this is kind of more for developers to like you can include in your own like Sentinel Sidekick type of tool or whatever. You can see the identifiers listed here, and we have a spreadsheet where we maintain the list right here. And this doesn't have Oblivion stuff in it yet. It has the Oblivion like characters, so you can see they're all upper camel case. We can talk about a bit more in a second here. Let's put the link. Add a link. I always want to put attachment. List of canonical. List of identifiers. So basically, your identifiers need to be similar. Fosuke, there's going to be we're going to be documenting the engine. That's part of this project. Documenting the engine, documenting, I guess we can write we can call this engine documentation and like resource documentation. This engine is like the code and stuff, like what do all the helper functions do, what kind of classes should you make and what do they do and everything. The resources are like what kind of images do you need to make, what kind of sound files do you need to make, and what formats, and where do they go, and what are their names, and all that kind of stuff. So basically, these identifiers are such that you can make a C# class with them. The links to start the game. Yep, I can just link you to that page here. That has been documented for several years now. I mean, it used to. It's been linked, like, from places. If we search for the link, you can like find where it came from, I think, or where it's been linked. It was mainly on like blog posts and stuff. We've linked to it and stuff. But yeah, I don't know if anyone's actually used it. Anyways, so let's get. So I wanted to, we can set up these reference. We'll be adding a lot more to this, and actually making a wiki and stuff like that, or whatever makes sense. Like if it makes sense for the community to be, running the documentation site, like that's totally cool too. So we can figure that out as we go. We're definitely not like need to control it with a heavy hand or anything like that. So okay, let's go. Let me just see if we got some Slack messages that or anything. Just some images from Jeremy and secret messages. I'm part of the event of the Digital Tabletop Fest. Okay, cool. That's fun. Okay, so let's get to. I want to actually get to the point where we can like have the game load our, like make a deck and have the game load our deck. So that's what I want to do. So what I want to do is basically make it so that if we tell the game, I don't want legacy in my game. I want, John the hero in my game, and we want to do that. Seamus Butler asks, will the game need you to have mods loaded before you start? Will be able to add mods on the fly? I don't know. We'll find out. So this is my mod. Where were we like? Oh yeah, we had a Unity project, which was like the Sentinels project, right? This is like pretending to be Sentinels, or like whatever. So let's make another instance of Visual Studio again because too many dang projects. Do we have two? Is it just on the same spot, or is it? Oh, it's like what? Okay. Should probably name these. I don't know. Mod. Oh right, mod prototype. That's the Unity project. I'm gonna get mixed up all the time. My mod is my mod. Okay, and this is mod loader is like pretending to be Sentinels. Like this is what Sentinel's gonna do is thinking to like load this DLL. Well, maybe I don't know. I think we can go from this context. I'd rather not just have to be in Unity all the time, because like you're not going to need to be in Unity when you're building your mod. That's kind of the thing. Could you please enlarge the code a bit? Sure. How's that? Okay, so, all right. I'm not going to make it too crazy big because this is me getting work done and not me showing stuff. But that's this level is okay. Okay, so probably rather we tested doing this stuff from Unity, which is one thing, but I actually want to just make stuff from a .NET like console project or testing project. So let's make a new project. Can I make a new project? So my mod is like my mod DLL. I want to make like either a console project or just a test and like a NUnit test. We'll call it like my mod test. This is best practices right here. And we probably want to add a reference. Yeah, we need to add these references. Can I just drag and drop them as well? No. Add reference. I guess we can just do this, right? Reference that. And we'll say we're using my mod, and we'll var my card controller. Just make sure we can like make this reference. We'll make a test. All right. I'll go to the test layout, and we'll run that. Oh, we got a null reference. Oh, a null reference that like this isn't. It didn't fail here. It failed because like the Sentinel's engine was like trying to do stuff, and passing null to this doesn't work. Okay. So what we want to be doing is like using Handelabra Sentinel's engine model and controller. We want to like be controller. New game. Like this is like what our unit tests can look like, right? Game. And we can just like assert dot. There should be like one turn taker. Use link. Always have link. Why would you never not have link? So we're just like creating a new game that just has legacy in it and make a game controller. There should have one turn taker. Yay. Okay. So what we want is for this to be like, let's go back to, it should just be called like, this would be, to make this like, the whole my thing is just like dumb. So let's make a new class called, I guess we don't need a, call this like, give me a card name. Chat, give me a card name. We'll make a card. We need to make a deck list. We can add a new file. That's the JSON file. And like deck name, we'll call it the migrant programmer. Why don't we do that? Miscellaneous, empty JSON file. Sure. Migrant programmer deck list. Does that make it as a .json? Yeah. This is going to be the migrant programmer. I've just decided. So this is going to be the migrant programmer character card controller. It's a long name. It's fine. Maybe we call it, instead of programmer, we call it migrant coder. Let's do that. It's a little less typing. Migrant coder. Migrant coder. And we'll call it namespace is like this. Your namespace would be like probably with like all of, if you had an expansion, right? So it'd be like the card name, worst card ever. Digisort, hack the Gibson. Let's call the namespace workshopping. Yeah, workshopping. And this is going to be a hero character card controller. It's going to be the migrant coder character card. I think that's okay. I think that's what we usually do. I'm going to open the engine here as well and look at like Legacy's hero character card controller. This is all, I mean, right now I'm prototyping, right? So I'm not fully gonna like, let's build a document of how we do this. We're trying to get it to work. And then we'll make things that help you do it on your own. But so as I said, I do want to put this up so that if you do want to start looking at stuff before we have the documentation ready, you can, sort of with less hand holding. Legacy character card controller is a hero character card controller. Okay. And the constructor normally doesn't do anything, but that's because, yeah, that's fine. Right, so let's bring up Legacy's deck list and let's just sort of copy it for our own. So yeah, these are .text, but we can probably rename them to .json now that Visual Studio supports them better, because you get all this nice highlighting and stuff, right, which you don't over here. Probably just rename them. Right, so the name is migrant. So this is the display name, right? Migrant coder. It can be like, could have emojis in it, but that won't work. But like, you know, whatever. Exclamation points is the best. Just whatever you want. But it has a space in it, which you can't in a class name, right? It's a hero. The initial card is migrant coder character. Right, and then this list of cards. Title is migrant coder. Body is, I like that for the power. Draw 3 cards. Hack the Gibson. Colors can be the same, that's fine. Draw 3 cards. I'm not going to worry about the icons or anything like that. You can sure have Legacy's Nemesis identifier. All that stuff is fine. And then he can have all these other cards. I'm just going to like delete them right now, because I don't want to make classes for them. And I need to finish the array. Cool. So because this card has this identifier, the game is going to know automatically to look for identifier plus card controller as the class it's going to load up. So that's cool. So what we want in the test here is to be able to say, yeah, that's not called MyMod anymore. It's called workshopping. Workshopping. What my idea was, basically all of our like native or, you know, Handelabra ones, you just put like legacy, right? And the game controller knows to look for like handelabra.sentinels.engine.legacy.blah, blah, blah. So if we go, basically just say, put the fully qualified namespace of the character. And then we can just look, if it has a dot, then we know we're doing this. If it doesn't have a dot, we know we're going to load like our native one. So that's my thought here. So if we do this, we run the test, it's going to be like, what are you talking about? There's no such thing. Or it's just going to work. Or is it doing the thing where it's not? Yeah, there, it's a failure. Okay. Show me the output. Yeah, so here, this is our code saying deck definition cannot load resource named Handelabra Sentinels engine deck lists dot workshopping dot migrant coder deck list dot text. It's like, yeah. Oh, and it's like, maybe you forgot to do this thing that you need to do, which is set the build action to embedded resources on that file. And that's what I do need to do on this file, even though that file is not, it's this. Embed, that basically makes the JSON file get put into the DLL as a thing that we can load. It's still not going to work because it's looking for the wrong file name. But now what I want to do is go and make the engine be able to do that. So let's go to game.cs. I think it's turn taker, or it's deck definition. This is like the low level stuff where we're actually loading here. We're loading the resource name, right? Get the executing assembly and blah, 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 blah. So I just want to have some logic here that says if the identifier has a dot in it, we actually want to do something different. And maybe we might do that higher up. Let's go to game.cs and see the path that it takes. Because we might need to take a different, like, slightly different approach. Okay, so this is something that like David or Jean-Marc might do, but I want, like, in order to actually make something quickly that you all can do, I want to get into this. So we'll probably change it up a little bit later, but this is a initial thing. So we start off with the list of turn taker identifiers. We make a list out of it. We change it up if it's like challenge mode or battle zones or whatever. Sure. We store them. I guess we want to look at this. That's what we actually are using. Using like two different, right? Because we're changing it, and then we go ahead and actually use it. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Right. If there's, yeah, so, okay. Sometimes we're getting the deck definition based on the identifier like that. Here we're creating the turn taker based on the identifier. We do create instance. Looking at how battle zones are set up, could you add a third or more battle zone? Maybe. There's a lot of logic that's like, has to do with just like switch to the other battle zone. So there's a lot built in that's just like there are two. So you would probably have to, there's a lot of things that would have to be updated to be able to like select. There's no like such thing as selecting. I guess there is such thing as selecting a battle zone. It is a thing that happens very rarely, but it's not a real thing. And then the UI would need to totally be changed to deal with it, right? So I don't think that would be really feasible. It's hard enough showing two battle zones in the game. And hard enough dealing with there being two. Okay, so right, so we have a cache that we can load the deck definition up from. So that's this get deck definition, and it either like looks it up from a cache, or it calls new deck definition, which is where we were before. Well, not exactly before, but it's calling that .initialize, which is where it's like loading the deck list file. So just want to see if there's any place where we like use the identifier besides like directly going into the deck definition. It seems like mainly we go right into the deck definition for it, and then we just don't remember it anymore, which is kind of ideal because once we're in the game, we want to be using like just migrant coder. We don't want to be using like workshopping.migrant coder. So I think this is the place where we want to like just make these decisions. So yeah. Okay, so basically we want to be able to like, before we set the identifier, I want to say like check for a fully qualified mod identifier. Identifier has a period in it. Then that could be changed, right? Maybe we say like it has to have like a $sign or whatever. I don't know, but this will do for today. And we can split it on that. So then the oh right, we have to split on a character. Fine. So then the namespace split. No, I can't. Oh right. So I can't use the word namespace. Space. And the then identifier actually is split.last. And we can actually, so what we can do is say space, we'll default it to our namespace, right? And then and just thinking about if we're going to need to keep knowing that namespace, but I think the deck list can tell the namespace inside, right? We'll just see if we might need to not split that off here. Then we can say this part is the space, the extension. Right now, internally it's text, but for mods we'll make it JSON. And we'll change that to be JSON internally, I think, too. And yeah, we want it to have the deck list. Right. So then we don't need the else. We just sort of start with so our normal stuff should still work, which we can also test. And I mean, everything would break if we change this and it doesn't work anymore. So that's pretty clear. It would try to load the JSON from that. So that's cool. So we can actually just like run literally any test in Sentinels. And if we screwed it up here for everything will fail. Looks like things work. Like if I change this to like something that just fails, everything's gonna fail because it won't be able to load the game at all. Oh look, everything failed. Whatever that test was. Cool. So this, in theory, if you pass in, workshopping.migrant code, we get the space is workshopping. So it looks for workshopping.migrant code.json. Right. So I wonder if Handelabra.sentinels.engine. How does this decide like what's the namespace of this? If I look at how does this decide like where how how do we decide the name of that here? I guess we just figured it out and it just worked. So we'll have to like maybe iterate on making that work. Maybe we can include this .deck lists, I guess. It's nice to have a folder. So let's put that in here. So namespace .deck lists whatever. So you have to have your thing in like a folder called deck lists. So I think that has to do with like the raw namespace of this. Like if we pull up this, yeah, the default namespace. So if we go here, so we need to make a folder here. Add new folder, deck lists. We put that inside of there, and we make the default namespace of this workshopping. Of the project. Okay. And I guess like this doesn't need to be first and last. It could be like everything up to the last. But that's gonna be a thing we change later. Let's just make sure we didn't break everything. All right, green. Okay, so we want to get this updated DLL. I think, is this pointing to the DLL? Where is this? How do I, properties? How do I find where this reference came from? Yeah, it's looking at the mod prototype. So maybe what I'll just do is like, I'll just have a little command line I can do to update that. I don't want to like reference into the Sentinels engine directly, because that's weird. So my mod, what's that? Where did I even put this? Oh, I put it in just projects folder, I think. My mod. Oh, right, the mod prototype. This is the Unity project. Blah, 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 blah. We have assets, plugins, right. So Sentinels engine slash Sentinels engine. Just depends on where it built it. I guess it was in the unit test, right? Bin debug slash Sentinels engine.dll. Oh, come on. Yeah, and that was built, wait, October 14th? That's old. Oh, 23. What? Oh, right. It was old before. Now it's new. Okay. So now when we run our test here, well, let's go to our test and yeah, we run our test here. We should get a different result because now the engine is going to do something. I don't know what it's going to do. It's going to do something. It might not be able to load it because it's like, oh, it actually tried to find it. Workshopping.decklist.migrantcoder.decklist.json could not load that. So that could be, it could be that it can't find it because this assembly is not the executing assembly, right? It needs, I need to like be able to give it the assembly. And that might be trickier. So at the Unity level, we could like load the assemblies and pass them down to the engine. Here, we have the assembly running, right? I guess we could just like load it here. As well. See if we like assert dot. Right. So we got there. We didn't stop here. So maybe we need to like pass the assembly into game as well. That's the thing I'm thinking of, is that like if you look at what the engine code has, it's like just looking in the Sentinels assembly. I don't know if we can like print out the stuff in it. Get files. Let's get files. Like we get manifest resource stream. Yeah, get the name of all resources. Then we can just like log.info or log.debug. Just log them all. We're getting this log, so let's see if we just like build this, copy it. I guess we could put the direct reference. It's going to be a little tedious. See if we get the... I guess we can just run it here and look at the output. Yeah, so here's the output. Applet0 decklist.text, Baronblade decklist.text, blah, 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 blah. Like, that's all the things. Oh, right, I didn't copy it. I typed the ls command. Let's just close that. We're just going to do the copy. Right, so now that's printing out. So it's finding all of the ones that are in that assembly, not... So we need to actually give it the assembly. We need to send it the deck... Or, I mean, either send it the assembly or send it the deck list. But I think sending it the assembly is probably... I guess it doesn't matter for the engine or for the model. We just pass it the deck lists. I guess, I mean, we just send it the assembly because it's loading. It's doing all that work. We don't need to, like, do the work of loading that. So we need to, like... Game needs to be able to take, like, extra assemblies. Or we can just say, like, maybe tell deck definition, because is that static? Deck definition cache is static. So, and we always use this. We never call deck definition, like, directly outside. Except, like, maybe in a weird test for some reason. I guess this isn't using the cache for some reason. I don't know why. That's probably should be using the cache. We'll look at that another time. But basically, maybe we can just say deck definition cache. Here's an assembly that you can use, right? So like, we just get, like, it can know about the assemblies, and then whenever we create a deck definition, we pass in the assembly that it should, right? We just be like assembly null, and then like basically if the assembly is null. Nope, come on, sometimes autocorrect is like, I'd like to do the wrong thing. We just default to the executing assembly. Yeah, so we say like, and we'll probably do something different, but this is just something to get it to work like right now. Just trying something out. Just like public, like a dictionary, or just like I guess we just like loop over all the assemblies that we know about, right? And that would just be potentially slow. Be nice to just like, if I have this identifier, I should know which assembly I should look at. But I'm not too worried about performance right now. So let's just make a gross public hash set of assemblies. This is prototyping level stuff. And so no, right. Oh, it needs to be static. I think this is actually not good because we want to be able to like pass it in, right? So maybe we say it's a dictionary of string. This is just like, just to see if I can get it to work here mainly. We're just doing this to see if we can get it to work. So we'll just do this. Assembly if identifier it has a dot. Pass it in. Let's try to look it up. We require you to pass in the assembly basically. Hierarchy equals assemblies. Identifier. Oh, right. And this also needs a ass. Of course. Does this initialize get called by like load JSON? No, I guess. Yeah. All right, so if we have an assembly, we use it. Otherwise, we use the executing assembly. All right, let's see. So this is still gonna not work. Right, but it is trying. It's like, hey, you need to be providing your assembly, basically. So we can say dec definition cache dot assemblies work shopping dot migrant coder equals a. So that's telling it use this assembly for this, and then we're using that. Obviously, that is not a good idea. Hey, we loaded it. We got a null reference somewhere, but something happened. Oh, right. We tried to draw a card, but there are no cards. Hey, look. So we actually did a thing. Let's give this migrant coder character some other cards. Let's make a C# class. What was another card? The worst card ever. Okay. Worst card ever. Card controller. Always got to be called card controller. Right, we need to use the namespace, but I think if we do that, we get like a little thing that's like, hey, maybe you need to put the namespace. And then we need to put the right, yeah, give me a little fixie thing that says, yeah, You always got to put a constructor. That's one thing that's annoying with C#. It's like, just put it in for me. Why do we have to put up an empty constructor all the time? Also, why are you complaining? Because I typed everything wrong? That's probably why. All right, this card doesn't need to do anything. That's why it's the worst. Literally does nothing. That's perfect. All right, let's add a new card. Let's go back to Legacy's deck list here and copy like a simple one. We'll have a card. There's how many cards in her deck? 40? Yeah, it's a one-shot. Worst card ever. Like that. One shot. Body. Nothing happens. Icons. Blank. Flavor text. Ugh. Cool. And yeah, does nothing. Let's see what that thinks. Hey, we got green. We got green. I wonder, we should be able to like just load. We don't need to do this, right? Assembly dot. Can we like get the assembly, get assembly in which the specified class is defined, like type of migrant coder character card controller? Will that work instead of having this? This is like too hacky even for me. Okay, that seemed to work just as well. Let's make a card that does something so we can tell that. I guess we can like test some things. We can assert that, so we can get a reference to this guy. Find turn taker named migrant coder. Right, we don't want in game. I think we don't want this namespace to be part of it. See if this works. Seems to work. Cool. I guess our hit points are 10, right? Assert dot art equal migrant dot character card. I guess this is the way this actually constructor should not be doing things. The deck list is what defines our hit points, and as we'll say, our hit points are 39. He's beefy. We'll test that the hit points are, and let's just like make sure our code is actually running, and the test should fail, right? Expected 10 was 39. Nice. Hey, look, we made a deck that the game is loading. Do the card names have to be unique, as in for the entirety of the game, and not just per deck? Yeah, so that's actually one thing that is going to have to be necessary is and that's probably even in alpha, is like public directory of identifiers. Because if there's a clash, probably the game needs to like somehow deal with there being a clash. But yeah, your identifier, each card identifier needs to be unique. Not card names, but card identifiers. There are card names that are the same in Sentinels already. Very few. There are two like progenies There are 2 Vosses. There are 2 Devastating Auroras. All those cards have different, like, there's Progeny character and there's Progeny Scion character, and so on. Like, they still have a unique identifier, even though the title of the card is the same. That's what's important. The game, like the low game, cares nothing about like whatever this string is, right? It cares about what this string is, the identifier. That's the important thing. Let's say we have 39 copies of the worst card ever, and we have 1 copy of, I don't know, Punching Bag. We have 1 copy of that. It's also a 1-shot. And we can say Migrant Coder deals himself 1 damage. 1 melee damage. Gotta have it. Flavor text. Ouch. And then we can... Right, so we don't actually have a way to, like, play cards and do stuff yet. Yeah, you could do not put hyphens in your identifiers, as Jean-Marc suggests, but yeah, you can prefix them with things or postfix them or whatever. Your identifiers will need to be something that can be a C# class name, and a hyphen is not a legal character in that. But that will be eminently obvious when you try to make a class called test-case, and the compiler is like, what are you doing? You can't do that. Or you try to like put a number at the front. You can't do that. You can use underscores. It's allowed. Okay, so we're not doing anything. We're just like creating the game, but this is like really good because we're actually loading this code, right? That's in our DLL over here. We're loading it in the Sentinel's game engine DLL. So that's really good. We can also now go and do this in the Unity side as well. This is the Unity side. Here we're so we're loading this, and here we were like trying to create the instance of all that, right? That's not something we're actually ever going to do in the game. We're going to do this part. The DLL should know about these things. Well, it's that the game should be able to know about these things. So let's go. This is back in the Unity code. I'm going to basically do this, but we're going to take out the asserts, or I don't know, log them or whatever. Same thing. We need to tell the definition cache where the assembly is. We're going to create the game. Instead of making this legacy game, we're going to do this. We are going to, I don't know, we'll keep this log here, I guess. We can say debug.log migrant.charactercard.hitpoints. This is saying, all right, at the Unity level, we can separately load our mod DLL load the assembly, give it to the engine here, and then create the game and game controller with that. So let's just try that. That should now work. We run the scene. Yeah, okay. So we logged at the assembly. We listed all the cards, which are, maybe it's not loading the right card class. So that's something we want to look at. It is getting the hit points. So let's see. Let's go back to our test here. I want to make sure that we we're loading actually our cards, right? If we want to assert dot is instance of, right? That's how we tell. We want to say that this should be a migrant code or character card controller, not just a generic character card controller. And it might not be. This might be something the engine's just like, oh, I couldn't find the class. I'm just going to put in a default class. It's not. Oh, wait. No. The character card. Character card should be. Character card controller should be. Not the turn taker. The hero turn takers are usually not have a special class. Right. It was null. So this is something we need to see what's going on here. We're not. So we did the game, the lower level. We load the deck list, which let us get the data from the deck list. But it's actually not pulling up our classes here. And it's probably not pulling up the other one as well. So, but this is good progress. So let's keep looking at that. So now we're going to look up at the controller level. Because that's, so we did the game level where it's loading the deck list. And the game just like is like the data of the game. The controller is where things happen. So if you look up that back fist strike, this is what controls what that card actually does. So let's actually grab this. And actually you could tell something's wrong because I never actually made a class for punching bag and it didn't complain. So we probably want to have it like log an error or something if it's not able to find the class. Because it probably should do that. If we go into worst card ever, we can still like, and also this needs like a thing that's like, what is your power? What does your power do? For worst card ever, let's give it a play thing that doesn't do anything. And we need to use system.collections, I think. Do we use IEnumerator? We can send a message. Which is, you knew this card does nothing. Why would you play it? And this returns an IEnumerator. And this is part of the coroutines thing. Why is this complaining? Oh, I'm not giving it its priority. Critical. No, it's a medium priority message. Get card source. Yeah. So what we should see is, I mean, we're not going to see anything, but the game should send a message back to the UI whenever this card gets played. With a hyphenated name, that can be tough. Because many people make assumptions about data input. All right, so this is what happens when we play the card. It should send this message and do nothing. But obviously, it's not actually instantiating these classes. So we need to fix that. So let's see what's happening. Game controller is where the magic happens here. Game controller is like all the rules of the game as well. So we want to go to the constructor here. We just assign the game. We set up the turn taker controllers, which is what is going to create all of the things that the turn taker controllers know. So we create an instance. We look up a class, and here you can see it's hard coding in the namespace, and that's where it's making them Scion turn takers controller, I guess. I don't know. Maybe, yeah, I wasn't seeing, maybe were there exceptions that we just weren't seeing? I don't know. It doesn't seem to be. Oh, back over here. Is this? I was getting like other error logs. Oh, I see. If type is not right. This needs to actually like tell us log.error. Unable to find turn taker controller subclass. Right, and actually this isn't not where the problem is, but it is similar because we're not, well, where is this doing if there's, we're not using it, like there's no, I guess it's not an error, right? Yeah, it's, the turn taker controller is not an error because we just create a generic one, like hero turn taker controller if we not. But villains, villains and environments, or sorry, heroes and environments use default turn taker controllers, but villains often have their own. Sometimes heroes do. So it's true. Actually, this is not an error, so I should be not doing that. But the problem is that when we don't have cards, the card factory is where it's an error if a card does not have a class. I'm pretty sure, like in terms of the engine, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Jean-Marc. I think every card needs to have a class, and that this is not telling anything about it. This code does obviously need to be updated to not have fixed namespaces, but we're just making a hero right now, so we don't care. We'll get to that. So here, if I build this, and now we should see that error, and it should be like, we don't, obviously there is no Handelabra Sentinels, whatever, right? Like that's not a thing, because that is not in our Sentinels code. It's in the mod code. And I don't see, let's just make sure we do this. Like type.getType should fail here, right? There is already a field to override the namespace here. That's interesting, but it's still like isn't fully qualified. Right. Here, we're not able to find. This is the thing I was expecting to see, but we weren't actually logging that out before. Can't find the control subclass of all these things, which obviously that is not the case. Those don't exist. But again, we need to, I think, be able to tell the engine what namespace these should come from. Ugh. Ideally, just figure it out. The problem is we don't save, like when we are in the deck definition, we don't remember that. We like use the assembly and don't remember it. So we don't need to log this out anymore. We use the assembly and then we just like, we used it, we found our file, we're fine. Which isn't as helpful there. Let's see. So we basically need, at this point, to be able to get the... I wonder if, like... Is this going to work without passing the assembly in? Like this activator? I wonder. Or will we need to... I think we had to pass the assembly when we were like doing other stuff, right? Do we even use the... We didn't even use the assembly. We had to load the assembly. But maybe we didn't have to. I don't even remember. Activator create instance type. Yeah, we didn't actually like use that assembly. But we loaded it and then like once it's loaded, I guess, then that works. So like it's already been loaded by the time we get here in memory, so we should be able to like get it. Maybe we need to be able to like have the right namespace, because right now obviously this is not what we want. The card namespace is typically the identifier of the deck definition, I guess, which right now, well, I mean right now we're stripping off the prefix. We don't have to, but I think if we leave the prefix in, it gets really more messed up. So namespace override code is currently for cards that are loaded independently to decks like Representative Earth. Right. David, you can at me, Migrant P. I think I would see that in the chat. Versus, I'm not logged into Handelabra games myself. But I did see your message there. So, yeah, basically we just need to like, I could like just change this for a quick second, and all of the Sentinels tests will fail, but our code will work. Workshopping, and we can fix. I think we should have our class, our namespaces in that subfolder, I think. So let's do that, and then it should be able to load the things. And let's just make sure we rebuild all. And this is not a solution for the Sentinels one, but I guess this probably needs to be bigger for the stream too. Right, so now if we run this test, it'll still fail, but it should say we couldn't find the subclass workshopping.migrantcoder, but I think this should be in workshopping.migrantcoder. Like we should have a namespace for that. We could like make a folder for it too. Let's try to like make this as sort of a reasonable template, because you might have like multiple decks in your mod, right? That's why like organizing it is, instead of just having all the files in one flat thing, you want to at least organize it a little bit. You notice that like one thing I wanted to point out was like in the engine, the deck lists are with the model, and they're sort of on their own, but I guess the controller and model are sort of separated out, but they don't necessarily have to be in your mod. And so that is in that namespace, and then this is in this namespace. Like that. So here we should be able to load those. Will fail on the punching bag class, I think, only. Two errors? Oh. Oh, right. This doesn't know about the namespace. No. Dot. Okay. Workshopping. Okay, so we couldn't. Is that the right workshopping migrant coder character card controller? Right, so this just might be because of the assembly loading thing. So it is trying to find the type of that, but it says it couldn't. I guess we used to have a login here, and then we just make we commented it for some reason. Maybe there's a reason why we don't have that logging activated. So I guess we could just do it this way. Right, so it's not even able to get the type, which tells me something. I don't know what it tells me. Because we actually like are loading. We're not loading the assembly. We're just using the assembly. So I don't know that. Like we might have to say assembly that get type. Yeah, I think we have to give the assembly to the card controller factory. Like if we do like type equals, we just like literally hard code this in for a second. Workshopping dot, what was it? Migrant coder. Deck deficient cache dot assemblies dot get type. Like if we just like hard code that in for a second here. And we just need to figure out how to get that information down to this level. Or like figure out that we should use that assembly, I guess. We could just say if the type is null, then maybe look in the assemblies. Is a way we could do it. Okay, so back here in the test. Hey, look, we found all the classes except for the one, the punching bag one. So let's just make that quickly. Add new class, punching bag card controller, and just like copy this. It was going to make us like deal ourselves 1 damage. We can actually just like, yeah, we can just do it, I guess. Deal damage. Yeah, I think we gotta go this dot game controller, deal damage to self. This dot inheritor taker controller, which could be guys, right? That's why it's a parameter. It can get replaced. Target criteria. Oh, I see. I think it's just like it's this card's character card, and it's a fixed amount, 1 melee damage. Get card source. That's dealing 1 damage. I mean, this is a one-shot that makes the character card deal the damage to itself, basically. Oh, and maybe we just don't need to pass that. Maybe we do. I don't know. Whatever. It should still... I don't need to make this card work. It just needs to run. So yeah. So actually, that worked. And our test passed and said our character card controller is actually, in fact, our class. So that's cool. So we hacked that in, and obviously that isn't going to work. But we know it can work. We need to get those assemblies to the places that need them. I don't know if deck definition cache is the right place. Like maybe we want to have a new thing called like assembly cache that mods can use and say like, this is where it goes. That's probably better than it's like sort of not tied to that one place. How will we know that this card needs a different namespace? Like we can pass in the override namespace, right? But as David was saying, that was like because of representative Earth. We need to know that this card doesn't come from Sentinels. And I guess we can do that by just trying to look for the class, and then it's like, there is no class. Let's ask someone else. And we can always optimize that later. So we can like make that work and then optimize it later. So I think we want to make like a new thing in here that's like deck definition cache, but sort of like, instead of this thing here, it's like it gets used here and it also gets used elsewhere. Or I guess deck definition. So I don't think deck definition cache is the place for it. I think this is the right sort of place for it. I think assembly cache is like a thing already. Maybe it's not. Is it? If it's not, I'll just say that. Global assembly cache, the GAC. Right, that is a thing. The GAC. I don't want to like be confusing with that, because we're not doing that. I also don't like calling things like manager or whatever. We can rename it, but let's think of something reasonable to begin with. Could have the deck definition know its own namespace and provide it as a primary. Yeah, but it's kind of messy, right? Because in order to actually get the definition, we need to be given a namespace. But we need to be given an assembly and namespace to begin with. Because it can't find the JSON file without that, right? It needs to be given the assembly before. So it's not like, so you could then also put your namespace in here, but then it's like, why? Like by the time it reads this file, it already knows that information, and that just leads to bugs, right? Where like, I changed my namespace, but I forgot to change it in like a bunch of places. It just causes a bunch of mess, and there's not really need for that duplication. So we just need like one thing where we'll like, so I'll call it something, and then we'll change it if we don't like it. So let's call it assembly something observer. No, not observer. Doesn't make sense. Assembly cache is good, but it's not even a cache. It's like assembly lookup helper. We call it like mod helper. I just call it mod helper. That's really what it's for, right? It's the model's mod helper. Mod. I mean, we could call it manage. It's not really a manager though. That's higher level. It's like a mod reference. We'll call it mod helper. We'll change it if we want. We're still in prototyping. That is not the right namespace. I think that namespace is probably good. That's where deck definition is. Yeah. Okay. This is going to just be static. And so this is going to keep this stuff. And this we can like, so right now key equals, what was the key? The key was like the name, the deck, right? But actually this should be the key, your namespace, right? All of your namespace is going to be there. Key equals mod namespace, e.g. workshopping. Value equals mod assembly. That has all the things. And yeah. And let's just make public static add assembly string space assembly, and then this doesn't need to be and we can just change how we do it. Oh yeah, let's just void. And then we can go public static find assembly, or yeah, error checking. We'll get there. So yeah, so this mod helper. We can have some of these other things. Yeah, like it can actually do the splitting and stuff like here. So like get assembly for turn taker. It's like identifier with namespace. And we can do the splitting and stuff here. Right, so we can support like namespaces that have more dots or whatever, but we'll just do it this way to begin with. That, then we don't care what the identifier is, just the namespace. Result is so we can call this get assembly for namespace. Cool. All right, so then in here, deck definition cache is not going to have this anymore. Assembly is going to be basically mod helper.get assembly for turn taker. And then like if there isn't one, like if that doesn't have a dot, then it just returns null. So then, and then if this gets null for this, then it's good. So in new deck definition, initialize. Oh yeah, then actually this doesn't need, we don't even need to pass all this down. We can just look it up here. Right, so yeah. Mod helper.get assembly for turn taker. Then like if the assembly is not null, like we know that we can like do this part. And then again, we just use the default. Right, this was just for debugging. Yeah, so we don't actually need to pass assembly into this. We just, deck definition cache doesn't use it anymore because it's not involved in that. I like that better. And then this doesn't take parameters anymore, the extra parameter. Right, so that tidies up the lower level a little bit. Right. And then here is where we're at the higher level. So now we can this is where we need to maybe find, we've got like we might want this to also pass in like the list of turn takers, but for now we can just like look through what we've got. So what we need the assembly that has the turn taker. We don't have the namespace anymore. Once we've got here, we don't have the namespace anymore for that turn taker. So we can't use this. We need to like find the assembly, or like find the type, I guess. We can just get the type. Get type for turn taker. We just like iterate through them, and we'll change that to like be able to optimize it at some point. Because basically, like if we fail to look up the type here, we can try this, I think. Then we can just like for each assembly, we'll just like try, I guess we want for each, we need to like use the namespace. Just look in each one, basically. And class name equals whatever, this. I want it to be lowercase string. That's such a huge improvement. No, I just cares about that. So this is going to be the sorry, I'm used to the interpolated strings. We don't have them in Sentinels. Right. Gave that a key. And so this part is where are we? Card namespace, card identifier. Is it normally the deck definition? Okay. Get type for, I mean, we get them for cards, we get them for turn takers. I mean, this is for a card. Get type for card controller. String card identifier. There's the deck identifier and the card identifier. Right, so the namespace is the key here, the deck identifier, and then the card identifier. Like that's the, workshopping.migrantcoder.worst card ever card controller. And then we can try to get it. And this is obviously not ideal, like looking through each. We need to have a better lookup or whatever, but it's fine for now. If type is not null, return it. And we'll break out. And if we get all the way to the end, return null. Cool. So basically then here, we keep our usual lookup, but then we have this first check to see if type is null. Check for a mod. Mod helper dot get type for card controller. And then we have, I guess we can use this card namespace. I don't know what that override namespace does. We're just going to use this for now, or where it's used, or why. So that's a question for David and Jarmark to dig into at some point, and then card identifier. So we're going to basically try to look it up. And yeah, and then we'll log this warning down here if we fail. And I don't. Hopefully the activator will be able to do it. I don't know if activator can also take in an assembly if we need that. I guess if we have the type, we have the type though, right? So that's getting rid of that sort of hack that we had in there, and cleaning up what it does at the lower level a little bit. And we're gonna have to change what we do in our mod now. I guess we can like make sure that like Sentinel still works. That still worked. I guess we'll test the Celestial Tribunal by running the environment tests here. Since it has stuff with doing weird things. Seems okay though. Maybe. Yep. Okay. Let's copy our DLL. Let's go here. We're gonna like get some errors because this is no longer a thing, but now we have mod helper dot add assembly. And we're calling it just workshopping. I wonder if like does full name. Yeah, I guess we could use that instead of like whatever, but I guess when we load the assembly, we could just like remember all of the classes that it has and then look it up instead of all this other stuff, but this seems fine for now. Okay, let's see if this works. All right, we are not doing right. What? Warning, could not find class for right. Okay, because it's class name. Blah blah blah. We could just maybe throw a log in here. Log dot warning could not. I guess. Just make sure we're like throw some. You could try setting up a way to debug all the way into here, but I think that might be annoying. Maybe that would work. I don't think we're at a point where we need to try to set that up. Let's just see what we get out of this. It might be something obvious, like we missed a decimal point somewhere. Trying working shopping.migrancoder character card controller. Right. That's the right. Right, so that means it got into this. Oh, we have to actually use the assembly to get the type and not just the way it was never working. Derp. Have a drink. I've been having drinks, but I'll have another drink. Thanks, Remote Air. It's been a couple hours. Okay. Work this time? Work this time. All right, so we did that. Cool. Let's just clean up some of this messy log. We can leave this. It's gonna be helpful. And right, so none of the code in here in deck definition cache has changed. Card controller factory. I guess we've changed a little bit where like in deck definition we like get the assembly from the mod helper and stuff. but pretty simple. And here we just check for a mod. Cool. Okay. So what we need to do is see if we can actually make sure the code runs. Now that it's instantiating the class, which is good. We need to make sure the code actually runs when we play the card. That has a little bit more to it. So let's see what happens. If we go to continuing on the back, I don't know if there's a test for back fist strike. Test backlash field. There's a lot of hookup that has to happen when the game is set up for it to operate. A lot of these event handlers need to be set, which we can do. Basically, one thing I was thinking was probably providing providing some of this sort of what do you call it, scaffolding for your tests so that they can work. Just gonna pop open my Handelabra thing and mark that I hydrated. I did it. So we want to be able to play the game, not play the game, but I don't know, do stuff. Just thinking about what we want to do next here. Is it valuable to what is happening here? Okay, stop that. I thought I got rid of that trying. I think that when I build, it doesn't always rebuild everything the way I want. Of course, I'm doing this little hacky copy the DLL over, which is should not get all the output. There we go. Just getting right now we're just we're creating the game. We're not actually running it yet. We need to start game and stuff and have things actually happen. I could put all that in right now. I just don't. I know that all works basically, but it is valuable to see that the card does deal the damage and stuff like that, because that's sort of part of it. So maybe let's do this. We'll just grab some of this boilerplate. It's going to be oh my goodness, you don't have all those things. The coroutine handling, actually we can probably copy, just copy everything and then delete it all. Because we don't need it all right now, but we'll there's a lot, right? There's a lot. But it's mostly event. It's just these event handlers, and that's what they're in. That's why they're in a subclass, because there's a lot. Why did we have our? Oh, I see. I put it in the wrong spot, I guess. Like that. Yeah. Okay. Let's put all the boilerplate down here, and then just delete everything. I guess, yeah. Delete everything. I don't want to worry about fixing up. Oh my! Look at the errors. System collections we're gonna need for sure. Let's just right. This is a Boolean, I guess. Is it playing your song, Seamus? We don't need to worry about this diagnostic thing. We're not. These are all like ways for the unit tests to like say what the game is gonna do. So we might like we might publish all this, but I don't want to go through it all right now. Like copy everything into here. I just want to like have the most basic thing happen, which is like, I don't know. This just is nothing. Maybe, sure, it can be the log. We didn't get will perform action. Where's the rest of our event handlers? This did perform. Yeah. Okay. These. We're just gonna put the most basic event handlers in here. Nope, don't care about any of that right now. This is maybe we'll get this stuff right, but don't think I care about that. Don't think these are all just like things for testing things. Game over. Yeah, we'll put the game over. That's fine. What else are we missing? Set persistent value in view and handle get hero box and cards request. I don't know if I actually need to handle those, but let's. Oh, what? Why would it not go there? You know what? We don't. Those are not ever going to get called, right? They're not going to get called. Like if you're testing Celestial Tribunal, you'll need to handle those. This should be indented. All right. I didn't actually change anything, but I can call setup game controller instead of this. And that hooks up all these things. And we can actually call start game, which we probably, yeah, it's a method that we call this. And we call enter next turn phase. Which is this. This is a useful method. I guess we can copy most of this. These are like unit testing support things. So as I said, we'll probably, the music is zany. Should I turn it off? Is it a problem? All right, run coroutine. Oh yeah, no, none of that. There. All right, enter next turn phase is this is just gonna run the start game, which like does any start of game things like villain setup or whatever, and enter next turn phase is like go to start a villain turn. Oh, Champion Studios, sure. All right, so we're actually gonna start the game, which is gonna let us like play like. It might actually not work because we don't have a villain. I guess it does. We can like add Baron Blade too. And like Megalopolis. Like this all should work, right? And there should be 3 turn taker controllers. Yeah, so actually went to Migrant Coder start phase. That happened. Baron Blade puts the MDP into play. Baron Blade shuffles the villain deck. There's the villain deck. Went to Baron Blade start. Okay, so we can say go to play card. Oh right, that's a helper we use in our tests. Go to play card phase. Well, I want that. I mean, I don't need it. We can just play the card right now. Of course, we have a helper for play card, right? We have so many testing helpers that are like really useful. Which is why we'll probably put a lot of this. What does get card do? Get cards. All right. I'm gonna play that punching bag card. Or bag. Can we just like find the one card? Dot get card. Dot find card. Punching bag. This dot game controller dot play card. So we probably have to like do the run coroutine. Just like trying to not have to have all like reduce the amount of helpers that we're using for a second. Yeah, so run coroutine, play card. And we're playing, or it's played by something, right? It's played by the turn ticket controller. The card to play is the bag. That's it. And if we run that, Migrant Coder deals himself 1 damage. So we should be at 38 HP. This is our game working. Look. Look! Migrant Coder initiates 1 melee damage to Migrant Coder. Migrant Coder deals Migrant Coder 1 melee damage. Migrant Coder is now at 38 HP. What if we play the worst card ever? Also. Worst. And we also get a null reference from something. Oh, it's because we're like making, I think we implemented this wrong. The self damage is actually not that. What does like Night Mist do? Right, it does it like this. So this, one of the things there's documentation for is that you might be like, oh, this is how you deal damage to yourself. No, like that's how you select targets that would deal damage to themselves, right? If you just want to deal damage to yourself, you do it this way. Because the target is fixed, the source is fixed. And the damage amount is 1. The damage type is melee. But whatever, it's not like anyone's testing this, are they? That's why it was popping up saying like created decisions, like targets and everything, because that's an easy way to screw it up. All right. So that worked. That now there's no decisions. It just does the thing. Plays worst card ever. We got the message. Perfect. All right. I feel like we've accomplished some things. We can like make a game that has Sentinel's code and our code. Create the game controller, actually run the game and start playing cards that do things. That seems good. That seems like what we want. Let's make sure we can do it in Unity too, but I don't see why we can't. I'm going to take a quick break because I've been at it for a little while. Be like less than 5 minutes probably though. 5-minute break. Make this armor piercing and real big. BRB. Good to get up and walk around, not just sit at a computer for too long. Maybe not 5 minutes, a little less. Okay. I can just go. All right, so I think we wanted to just verify that this, well, it works in Unity too. Did we kind of already did, right? I guess we can like make sure, yeah, this is using the old thing, right? So let's make sure that the new stuff works. If we want to use this instead of this. We want to like make sure that it's the right class. Log migrant dot character card, but we'll get like type of. Make sure it's the right class. Like that's the kicker. Oh, right. Okay. Let's do this. I mean, we would get like all the errors if it wasn't able to instantiate them now. Can we like? Oh, it's actually dot get type or something like that, right? Yeah. That should tell us like what the type of that is. All right, let's go into Unity and just make sure that these things work the way we expect. We're not going to like go into and make it run the game. We can just actually do that in Sentinels now, right? So if we want. Oh, right. we're logging all the card controllers. Okay, so actually that does it. They're all worst card ever card controller, regular code character card controller. This is actually logging the wrong thing. Anyways, it's logging just like the model class, which is just card. So that's all working. All right, so we've done a lot of work. Let's clean it up and commit it in the engine and see about maybe posting this work in progress up. So let's look in the engine and see what we did and commit it. Because what we can do now is actually, now that this code is in here, we can actually ship this change, right? We can ship this change so that you can actually start working on mods, even though we haven't put in documentation and stuff. Like, you can start working towards making a mod, because you don't need to do it in Sentinels, right? You can make your own .NET project, right, with a test or a command line, and start actually doing the stuff that I just did here, with the, by referencing into the DLL of the shipping game that will be in the next update. So that's the idea. So let's make sure that we're committing reasonable stuff to our actual code. Okay, so we added the mod helper class. That's good. We can make sure we'll probably make sure that's a little better documented, right? So let's go in here. We'll do like proper documentation later, but add a new assembly for a mod with a given namespace. Find mod assembly, I guess. Find the mod. It goes with the fully qualified. E.g. workshopping migrant coder. This like deck identifier? Deck identifier. And this is find a card controller class for given deck and card identifiers. Looks up in assemblies. Cool. Okay, so that seems fine to me for now. That needs to be properly documented, obviously. But card controller factory is, so all the earlier stuff is exactly the same. If we didn't find the type in our own classes, we look for a mod one by calling that. And then, we can probably get rid of that commented out error log. We'll leave this warning in here. So that's going to be helpful. Oh, but it's going to be it's going to say the wrong thing. I think it needs to be here. Like, I want it to be useful for modders. So here, if type is null here, could not find class for card. I guess we could just say could not find class for a card. Maybe just do that. I don't know if that's that useful, is it? Where in the mod? Yeah. I don't know. I just don't, this is going to be a confusing message. Where did we go? Kirkland Factory. Connect kind last for, let's just put the card. That's the actual thing that's wrong. And then we'll, you know, iterate on that a little bit in terms of helpfulness. But we'll leave that log there. That all looks good. Deck definition, right at the end, basically it's looking to see if this is a mod identifier, if we, if there's a, right, is that gonna fail? Hang on. Deck definition .cs, where are we here? This is a big class, I guess. Right, so this just returns null if it's not a mod, but our own code. So that's fine to just call it, and then if it's not null, it's a mod. Cool. Not a mod, load up our own types. Our own assembly, I guess. Use, load up, use. Cool. And we'll probably rename all our files to .json. I think that's a smart thing to do. Yeah, and then this is just using those things. And this doesn't need to be changed. We can discard that because we had ended up reverting all that stuff. So there's one place that we didn't do, which is here. Actually, I want to just do like search for this. Is like this string used in anywhere else that we would need to worry about? Achievements. Uses reflection to load classes up. That's fine. Variants. Oh, this is unlocks. This is variant unlock controllers. This is where the logic for how you decide if a variant gets unlocked by the conditions or whatever. So that's fine. That's not part of modding, at least right now. But turn taker factory definitely is. Here's like a good documentation thing that is generated. So this one is when I do want to make sure this works. Now this is like villains have a turn taker controller and heroes sometimes do too. So we can make our hero have a turn taker controller. That's fine. Let's do that and then make sure that's supported. I think I want to do that before I feel like that's important to do. So let's create just a turn taker controller for this guy. And it's going to look it up automatically. Migrant coder turn taker controller. And the namespace needs to be that. That seems good. It's a hero turn taker controller. And then it's going to be like, you should fix that. And I'll be like, please fix it. And also fix this. Just fix that for me. Like right click, insert the constructor for me. Can you not? No. Do the use, like fix this. Fix that part. And it's gonna be like, oh, you didn't implement the constructor. I can't do that, Dave. The Sentinels have a turn taker controller. I'm copying them. You can fix this. Why can't you just put the constructor in there? Is that just me? Is that me that I think that should be a thing? Also, why do I have to put this in every subclass? A constructor that does nothing. If this isn't here, then do this. Please. I don't understand that part. I mean, we have enough boilerplate already. We don't need more from C#, do we? So here we should be able to assert that migrant itself is a migrant coder turn taker controller. And this is going to fail because the engine doesn't know how to do that yet. Yeah, it turns out it's a hero. So remember we were in here before. We were looking at the turn taker controller factory and how it like just creates like a default one if it didn't find one, which is fine, but you will need it for villains, definitely. And sometimes heroes, like rare cases. I think the Sentinels might be the only one that has a hero turn taker controller, because it has like mostly heroes are just their character card, and all other heroes work all heroes work the same in terms of like they have a hero deck and blah blah blah. I don't know if even like Setback doesn't even have like. Does the Harpy? They just have tokens on their character card, right? They don't like have a different set of rules like the Sentinels does. So I think that might be the only instance of the only subclass of hero turn taker controller in the game right now. But I'm making one for Migrant Coder because he's super important. So basically we're going to do the same thing we did in the card controller factory. So I'm just going to close these files I don't need. I probably want mod helper open still. We're just going to do the same thing. Try to find a class, and then if we didn't find it, we'll look up another one. So here again, if we fail, try a mod. And so instead of, we're just going to copy this for a second, but we're going to be getting the type for a turn taker controller, which doesn't exist yet. And we just pass in something. I guess we want like this a little bit. There's some questions here. iOS, I've loaded files into an app in the past. Would there be a way to do that with iOS build? Do you mean like for mods on iOS? No, because you can't execute new code with iOS apps. You could like have new graphics or something, but you couldn't have new code, which is the important thing. That is a app store and like hardware rule that happens on iOS. We're more feasible for cards in the deck that need semi-permanent removal to try to remove them from the game until they get called back to the trash by the deck, or put them under the character card. Yep. I mean, usually you'd think about like what you want to do on the tabletop and do that, like put them underneath your card, or you can put them off to the side. Like that's how Skyscraper works. Like her other character cards are like on the tabletop. It's like, where do her other sizes go? Over there. So there's actually like an off to the side location where you can put stuff that doesn't show up on the screen. So that's a way you can do that sort of thing. Right, so it's this. And we could just use that variable that we just made. Sure, why not? And then if there's no deck definition, it's assigned turn taker controller. And I don't know what to do here. To do mods. And all we need to pass here is the identifier. All right, so we need to make that method. Basically, it's like this method, but a little different, and different enough, I think, that it's a new method because it's different parameters and whatever. We could maybe combine them together, but let's do this first and see how we end up. Class name is, yeah, it is like namespace workshopping.migrantcoder.migrantcoder. So it's just like the same. It's the same, right? I think. Wait. This. Yeah, that's the same. So this could be like all one thing where like sometimes it uses this prefix and sometimes the other. I don't know. Well, that's turn taker controller. This can be potentially refactored a little bit, but it's fine right now, I think. Yeah, so basically the same thing. So these are obviously, these methods are like very similar. So they could probably be like one method that just like is called a slightly different way. For now, let's just do that and make sure it works, and then we can look at. I don't know if I want to refactor that today because there might be other changes we need to make about it. So it's pretty clear when it's like this. So okay, mod scions. I don't know. Let's build. Make sure we didn't break sentinels. Probably run like a villain test because villains have behavior. An environment test might not get it. That worked. All right, so from above, it should just work. We shouldn't have to do anything. Let's try it. Hey, so yeah, so that is a migrant coder character card controller. And we could do stuff like we could have it run code, but I don't think we need to like demonstrate that. Like if you look at like say Baron Blade turn taker controller. Yeah, you exist, right? It's like he does things at the start of the game, the end. It's basically villain setup stuff. Or if they have any like things that happen outside their character card, like Omnitron, like even though his card's removed from the game, things still happen. So yeah, this like plays the MDP and shuffles the villain deck. That's what it does. So yeah, so I think that seems pretty good. We added that method to mod helper. We added this support to turn taker controller factory. So now both card controllers and turn taker controllers can be loaded from mods. We did notice a couple things. Engine things to look at, maybe like engine potential engine issues / improvements. Loading turn taker. I guess, do mods ever need Scion? Mods might need special Scion turn taker controllers? Probably not. Guess probably not. Representative Earth might be an issue. Those are the couple things I think that came up when we were looking at stuff there. Yeah. Okay, so again, so with this change, once this gets like put into the game and shipped in an update, which we'll be doing an update soon. Yeah, they're just dummy placeholders for Oblivion. I guess you might like think of a mod that like changes how that works, I guess, and you could just, but like I don't think it's a huge thing. So you just like delete that if it's not a thing. I guess there's a whole other thing of like being able to support mods for Scion, for Oblivion cards. That's not something that's in the scope of what we're doing today at all. So I'm going to commit this into the game. Initial support for loading deck list and card / turn taker controllers from mod DLL assembly. instead of Sentinel's engine. Would you be able to create variants for existing heroes and villains? Yes, that is a plan. That's not what we're doing today. But that is a thing that is on our list, and I believe it's somewhere. I guess that's something like I didn't add that. This is prototyping, so I guess we say like create your own deck, hero, villain, environment, create variant for an existing deck. Character card, I guess. And then over here, create new / variant cards for Oblivion elements like scions, missions, shields, Oblivion, I guess. You could have a variant. That's true. That would just be probably covered by the regular variant support. It would be weird though. Actually, yeah, one thing I think it doesn't need to be on this board, but like rename deck list txt files to JSON extension. Update deck definition code to load them. Probably a nice thing if you've been noticing the difference between this David and Jean-Marc, and like, you know, a not marked up file is nice. So we can definitely make that change in the engine there, make that a little nicer. All right, so I'm gonna commit and push this up. And that is the engine side. Then we have our own little mod here. So what do we have in here? So right now we've just got like our deck list with our three unique cards, I guess. And then just have his own, change his opening line to be like, I'm a mod. What you gonna do? And sure. He doesn't actually do anything. He would need implementation of his power and stuff like that. And things like that, which he doesn't do. That's not super important for the moment. I guess it's a good example. Let's give him his power. It's a good example. Let's go to Bunker. Let's copy Bunker's power. He has also in-cap abilities. I guess we can give him in-cap abilities too. All right, migrant coder. You're gonna behavior. Initialize. No, his power is. Yeah, we need to use the right. No suitable method found. Oh, I'm in the wrong class. That's why I need to be. This is one of the reasons why heroes don't have turn taker girls. They don't need them. Why have a thing you can put it in the wrong place and screw up? System of collections and draw 3 cards because we're awesome. I think you could just like say draw a card. Draw cards. 3. And you can pass like different parameters you saw there, like is it optional? Is it up to 3? Is it whatever? You have to draw 3 cards. You have to draw as many copies of the worst card ever as possible. And then we have in-cap abilities. that are just all going to say things. They're just all going to say mean things. That's all they're going to do. This is the first thing that does nothing. Tricked you. Also does nothing. And then we can write one hero may do something. One player may actually do something. The villain really super will do something. Let's see if that's going to happen. No icons. I can say draw. I don't know what I can't remember what the icons exactly are. So let's just do that. Doesn't matter if they won't show up in what we're doing here. Then we can go and use the power. So this is, though, I hope you see this is you can actually be working on your deck, pop in here, like run it, make a test for it, or run a console thing. Then we can show that in a little bit, or probably not today, but another day. You don't need to be like going into the game of Sentinels and playing it. You can like iterate really quickly by like popping a line of code in here, which is, like game controller dot use power migrant, I think. Like that's all you have to call. Dot character card. Like you just pass the character card, that's the power you want to use probably. Come on. This is why we'll have the helper functions and all that stuff. Card, power index, power to use, right. Okay. Power index 0. And we're gonna draw cards. So you can really quickly like iterate on stuff and make errors and not compile. This is how we make the game. Like we make the code, we write the code like this and go to test it. Like we don't pull it up in Unity and like that would take forever, right? Here he draws 3 copies of worst card ever. Awesome. And we can like, assert that the hand has a certain number of cards or whatever if you want to test it. So that's kind of basically with this change that we just did today and put into the game, with the next update, you will be able to do this. You will be able to get your code running in with Baron Blade and Megalopolis and whatever other decks, and start programming your mods. So that's cool. It won't be like in the game, in the UI of the game yet, but you'll be able to start doing the work that we do to start the type of work that we do to start programming your things. And of course, we're going to be working on more documentation and support. That's a big part of what we're doing. But based on, what the initial feedback, it seemed like it's probably important to get something that people can start playing with sooner rather than later. So playing with or messing around with anyway. So let me just see what I've got in here. I want to make sure that this example is useful. These references should go to the DLL that's in the game. I guess it's just like when you open this project up, you're gonna these references are gonna be broken, and so you're gonna have to send them to where they need to go. I don't know where I would write that. I guess I would write a README or whatever. But yeah, I'm gonna post this up. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do that right now. So we did this. Oh, sorry, not this. This, this is done. That is working. I'm gonna add some samples to the Trello board. I'm gonna post this mod to the GitHub. Because like this is like, yeah, and including this is not done, but like we're going to publish that soon because we're working on an update with some bug fixes. So that's gonna be published, and so then we'll like, you know, basically like do the thing, publish the update, like basically show / document how to reference the DLLs and start working. You know, start creating basically. Yeah, talking about where can we chat about different things. The Discord is probably the best place because there's like a little, like at least a little bit of record, and like it's easier for us to see. Like first Twitch chat is just sort of like disappears, but Discord is a little less ephemeral. It's still ephemeral, but not as ephemeral. And yeah, once this update comes out, we'll, you know, be able to help. And of course, like this is like really early adopters we're talking about, like people who are champing at the bit to like, I've got, you know, I've already started my pseudocode and I'm ready to go. If you want to wait until like we can give you like a nice sample project with documentation, and you know, you can actually load it up in the game and not just at the low level testing and coding level, that's totally fine. So don't feel like you need to start now with this sort of stuff if you're not ready for that, or if you want it to be a little more of a guided experience. So but yeah, so that's going to be there. So I guess there's no point, there's not really a point in me publishing this today though, right? Because it won't work. I don't know, what do you think, Twitch chat? Like if I post this, it's just you're not gonna be able to use it, right? You're not gonna be able to use it until you're able to hook it up to the DLLs that are published. So I think maybe we just wait. I think there was some, it won't be long. Like this is like hopefully next week we can release that update. So it's not something that's gonna be long. So maybe this is next week, these things. But the sample deck list, I can definitely post these. Like we can just put up Legacy's deck list and stuff. Because that was, you know, that's something that you're going to need to do regardless. So let's put up some sample deck lists here. And of course, like ideally we're gonna have an actual document saying like this is what all the fields mean in the deck list and what all the different icons are and stuff like that. But at least you can get started, right? And putting stuff in into your deck list. So let's put in sample deck list files. And a deck list is a file that describes all the data about a deck. For instance, the name, e.g. Baron Blade, what type of deck it is, villain, hero, environment, what cards it has, each card has many things, I don't know, has in lots of info itself, things like that. Yeah, I mean, making the deck list is fairly easy, but it's sort of nice to sort of have it there, right? And then you're ready to go. So we can say deck list files are in JSON format. Like I said, identifiers must be in upper camel case and may only use characters that are allowed in C# class names. C# class name. Is there like, there's like a specification of what's allowed, right? Pascal casing. I don't know if this page says that, like, general naming conventions. Yeah, like, these are conventions from Microsoft. You can do what you want. It's not like we care what you do. You just have to, like, they have to be legal. So, and they must be unique. Yeah. All right, so let's throw in some files. Where's our engine? And I'm gonna rename them to .json because that's what we'll use. Let's get Baron Blade and legacy, and maybe an expansion environment. Rook City. By Jean-Marc. Xcode needs additional components. Okay. I guess I'll just open it in like text edit. So yeah, Baron Blade. This you can, as part of this, you'll be able to see like how a flipped villain card looks in the definition, and advanced and challenge and stuff. And a variant. Legacy has variants as well. Rook City is an environment, so it's just basically like a list of cards. It doesn't have anything much else. Yeah, let's throw those up there, and like, you know, there's going to be more document, or like any more documentation will be made to help make deck lists. What? Oh, Xcode is like, I'm alive, I'm here, and then. All right. But for now, we've got some examples that you can look at. All right, so here is the Trello card. I'll throw that into the Twitch chat. And feel free to grab those files and take a look. And if you have any questions, pop them in the Discord or during the stream, I guess. In the Twitch chat is okay too. And you can check those out and start building your own deck lists. And thinking about like how you might program your cards and stuff. So, yeah. We did that. We added some sample deck lists. And things, not things yet, but okay, so next week we're going to, hopefully by next week we'll have that update out with the class loading. We can post posting this code, right? If I just post it right now, I know it's just going to be like, I downloaded it and it doesn't work. How do I do it? How do I, I can't help you because it can't work. Like it needs the update to the game to work. So we're going to hold off on that for now, and we're going to, because you're not going to be able to actually do this stuff. So next week, once we have that update out, hopefully we'll be able to post that up, and then we can do that. But just hold off for now. You got the deck list thing you can play with. So that's a bunch of stuff. Do I have some time today to look at? I mean, it's kind of a different thing. Might be fun to do. I guess we could load our migrant coder into Sentinels. Do you want me to do that? I don't know what'll happen. I guess we could, couldn't we? Do it. All right, it'll be a minute, but not too bad. I just need to we need to load the assembly, but we can just do that manually. So let's see. So we don't need to do it we don't need to do it in this. This is the testing project. We'll load it in actual Sentinels for science. It's still, yeah, there's some value. We actually need to build a release build of the DLL. So that goes into the game in Unity. All right, and let's open up the Sentinels project, which I have. If you didn't tune in last week, I haven't been doing this prototyping in the Sentinels project because it has enough code that it doesn't take a long time to compile, but it's still 10 to 20 seconds sometimes, and if you have a quick little prototype project, it's immediate, so you don't need to worry about anything. This is an iPhone, but I think it doesn't matter. I guess I can just switch. I'll switch platform. I have the Unity cache server going, so switching platform is fast now. It's nice. Just keep it on the PC for now. Keep it on the DL. Code compiling. It's a thing. The question is, when I double click one of these, what's going to happen? I guess I can just choose the engine one and load that. If I double click, which Visual Studio is it going to decide to replace the project in? I don't know. Come on, Unity. Let's see what's happening in Discord. Few messages. Sentinels balance patch. Not sure what that is. Seems like a thing that you might need for a versus game, potentially. Which Sentinels is not. Fans tweaking values and cards. Sure. If you exhaust coroutine, can you reclaim it with Exhume? Yes, you definitely can. That's how it works. Are these fans who think that Expatriate is bad and need to fix her and stuff like that? I imagine. Feel bad for that. I don't think she needs anything like that. Or Mr. Fixer's the worst hero. No, he's not. He's ridiculous and great. Also, it's a team game. So, anyways, let's go to... This is the game. This is the game. You might have seen this screen, but in not exactly this way. I mean, we've done dev streams, so you've probably seen this if you've been watching dev streams. What's your variant, Lude? Show me your variant. Discard ammo for 2 cards. Yeah, I mean, variants are... I like variants as a way to mix things up. For sure. Not as much of a fan of changing the decks that have been play tested thoroughly by the designer. But variants are a space that already is being changed by the designer, so that seems a little better. All right, so what are we doing? We're trying to load migrant coder into here, right? And we want to keep this open just for copying and pasting from. Let's open out of this one. Because we want to keep our actual code open. Sentinels project. All heroes are special, but some are more special than others, is what I'm hearing. All right. We're just gonna well, let's just see what's happening when I click play here. Mute audio. It's Oblivion mode. Okay, let's set up, make sure it's gonna load something simpler. Right, so we have a way to control how the game is set up here, but then I have a button to use code-based setup, and then I can just set up the game with code. Which is what I'm gonna do, because we're doing our weird mod. Okay. I guess it's gonna be here. Oh wait, this is Oblivion. We want regular mode. Make a regular mode game. Let's throw in our weird mod loading code that is 100%, not 100%, but many percent. We need to use system.reflection. And we need this to be our deck. That can be the first hero. Guys is in the game, of course. And the Sentinels and Benchmark, that's just 4 heroes. Seems okay. Let's let Baron Blade start the game. There's a lot of just testing weird situations in the past. Code. Yeah, start on the villain turn. And I guess we can say yes, should start game, and then it just starts the game normally, right? This is a way to skip to the turn that you want for testing. Okay, let's try that. In theory, this will work. Oh, we need to just make the asset files be standalone instead of iOS, and press play. Hey, there's a blank thing with 39 hit points. What's up with that? Baron Blade plays another mobile defense platform. All right, looks like we have a new hero, Migrant Coder. Let's maximize this, because that's fun. Oh, I don't want free aspect. It's gonna be weird. Let's do that. Click that. Everything's gone weird. Everything's gone all cross-eyed. Okay, hang on. Just gonna start over. We'll just continue the game though. That's actually something. We'll be able to load the game. Testing at random variants. Yeah, that's one of the more easier things to do. I think is variants. Oh, I think it just skipped over continuing because it said use code-based setup or failed to load the game. Oh, it didn't. It wasn't. Oh, I bet there's probably another code path. So the continue game didn't work. I'll add a card for that. Support loading games that have mod content. I'll just throw this in. That's probably just another case that it wasn't handling. Yeah, error loading graphics, contact support. So that is basically we put that message there. So if there's an issue, people can contact us and actually show us and, we can help diagnose it instead of just people being like, my cards are all blank and I don't know why. That's why that is there for a reason. But yeah, look, Migrant Coder. His power, hack the Gibson, draw 3 cards. We have the worst card ever, where nothing happens. Don't have any art for this character at the moment, so it's all blank. But there's 1 copy of Punching Bag. And you can see how, you remember the deck list? I don't know if you remember, this was like hours ago. One thing that you can do that it does, what does one thing do, Ken, is, what happened to my, oh, they don't like share their windows properly. You can write like this little squiggle, and if you put an identifier in there, it will look up the identifier in the game and then replace it with like an italicized version of the actual name, which is a cool little way to do it. Then you don't need to like be putting in these italics all the time everywhere in your text. It just does it for you. Yeah, the worst card ever. So let's play one. Oh, what? I knew it would do nothing. I get to draw 3 copies of it, though, most likely. Yep. All right. Guys has 10 cards in hand because of my debug settings, and the Sentinels all have 1 hit point for my debug settings, you know. Normal things. I only drew 1 card. Did I? That didn't work right. Bug. There's a bug. I don't know why. Why didn't it only draw? I don't know why it only drew 1 card. I'm not going to worry about that right now. This is obviously doing things, and it's fine. So there you go. We loaded our mod using this line. And I can I don't mind keeping that in my code here because this is all just testing code or whatever. That doesn't even get compiled in when the game ships. All right, so that's pretty cool, I think. Yeah, loading games. I guess we could look at the loading thing because that's going to come up, right? Let's look at the engine code for that. Where was that coming from? So it's trying to load the wrong thing on deck definition. Oh, you know why? Because when we continue the game, we haven't set that assembly. That's why. It's not actually an issue in the engine. It's that we haven't told the engine about it yet. That's why. So it's not any issue with that. It's that the engine has not been told about the assembly, I think. Probably. Yeah, it's that same initialized method, right? Let's just peek in, though. Can I type in here? Yeah, it's calling initialize. It's doing the same thing. It just couldn't find... Oh. It's calling that initialize with an identifier, but it's not going to be including the namespace, right? Oh wait, no, it yeah, because it won't have the dot anymore. We took the dot away, or we took the workspace away, namespace away. So we might need to record that somewhere. Because I think in the save game, it lost that. I don't know if I feel like doing that. We might need to record the namespace turn taker alongside. Yeah, that's okay. Because we come up from Yeah, we're definitely on deserialization. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're not going to be passing that in. That's what this indicates to me. It's looking for it in the Handelabra one and not in the. It just doesn't know about it, right? Where's this? This is getting called from the deserialization thingy. Basically, like when we load the game, we don't have to turn taker. Yeah. So when we load a game, we deserialize the file, and we can reload the definitions here. Like the definitions are not saved because they're static; they never change. So they're not actually saved in the save game. They're just reloaded up. And the problem is that that identifier has lost that information, right? We didn't keep that. I guess we can just fix that literally right here, though, right? I feel like going on to other stuff, though. So I think what we need to do is, yeah, pass that into deck definition cache to ensure we look up the right file. Yeah. I feel like we did enough on that, and we can get into the loading game stuff. I mean, that's not going to block you from doing anything, right? Is not being able to load games immediately. It's obviously something that needs to happen, but it doesn't have to happen today. Maybe we'll make it happen tomorrow. Not tomorrow, but next week. I want to look at, like, I'm probably going to go for another hour. I want to look at some of this stuff. Being able to load graphics. And this is going to be more of a, like, John looks at Google for a while. So let's do that. I'm going to take a break and go to the bathroom for a bit. Just a couple minutes. Let's pull back up our awesome BRB. Few minute break. Not even 5. BRB. Be right back. Be right back. Okay. Anything happening in the chat? False strike. Pokemon Master Power for Haka. Okay, so yeah, let's move away from code. I mean, there's still going to be code. Let's not kid ourselves. But we're getting away from our mod code. And going to look at code that has to do with loading graphics primarily. So what we want to do, I mean, we got our mod. It just doesn't have any graphics, right? No, continue the game. Code is life. I mean, this all comes down to coding, but like, you know, we want to load graphics for this character here. We want to load, we want to skip to his turn and not have to go to Baron Blade's turn every time. You know, want to load the big graphics, right? Like these characters, there's big graphics for the cards. There's small graphics for the cards. So the small graphics from the cards are what I need to prototype, because like loading a texture and showing it sort of naively is not hard. Like we do that already on the main menu when on the news, right? On the main menu, there's the news thing. It downloads an image from the internet and shows it. Like that's not hard to do. This is a sprite atlas. I think we talked about the sprite atlas idea, and the atlas has a lot of, so this is from an asset bundle, but it has all these sprites in one image. And so I want to be able to create that at runtime maybe, or be able to like load one that you created with a tool easily, in a way that you don't have to have Unity and you don't have to have the NGUI code that we're probably not allowed to distribute to you and stuff like that. Because the sprite atlases that we use in the game are, you know, we generate them out of Unity, you know, and they look like this. This is like one graphic that has lots of little, the graphic has parts that are made of other graphics. And those are using this UI Atlas script that is part of NGUI that we don't have the rights to distribute this stuff. So what I want to do is see, like, can we create that? Can we either load up the little files that you guys put together into an atlas? That would be like the easiest thing for you. Or is there like a halfway step where you use like an atlas creation tool that maybe like we could create, right? We could create an atlas creation tool for you that would then create at least the atlas and the data file that we control, or maybe there's a third-party tool that's free or whatever, right? So I don't know. So let's do some Googling. That's what we do. NGUI Atlas runtime. How to create NGUI Atlas in runtime? I don't know. Let's see. Arc, yeah? Tell me. Wow, this person is very beginner. Yeah, there's not much here. NGUI is not super supported well anymore. There's a Discord. There's a Discord that's more of the support. Like a lot of the things are creating Atlas texture at runtime. Tasharin is the company that made it, but they don't. Their forms are very out of date. I need to create, yeah, this is someone who's got my sprites packed in texture. I got the coordinates. How do I turn that into an NGUI atlas? Almost works. The sprites are blank, but they have odd rectangles. Oh, so this person did get it to work. Okay. I mean, we could like generate a texture with all of your files at runtime, but that seems like a big... Generating an atlas from images at runtime is not... This is the developer of NGUI. Is not recommended. Having a storage sheet where you modify a part of a large texture split into cells is better / faster. Right, so the thing is, like, I don't want to have, like... I want to continue... all of the things in the game are set up to use the component that draws stuff out of atlases. And so we'd have to like make alternate things that use textures instead, and you wouldn't get the same sort of benefits of sprite sheets and stuff. I guess we can do what he says. Runtime atlas. I think I have a login for this site. Apparently I do. Do I have replies to my posts from 2017? Yeah, safe area stuff. That was a thing for dealing with NGUI. Yeah, one of the things we have thought about doing is maybe migrating Sentinels to Unity UI, but that's like a pretty big task. It's a lot of NGUI to change over. Search switching atlas at runtime. Building an atlas at runtime. Okay. Just populate the UI atlas sprite list. Right. So basically, if we can I think making an atlas, like making the sprite sheet image at runtime is probably a big hassle for us. So I think we're going to at least initially pass on the task to you of making the atlas image and the file that like describes where the sprites are inside of it. But there are tools to do that, or we can make a tool to do that. So basically, so the game doesn't need to do it at runtime. It gets done ahead of time by a tool. There's like Texture Packer is one we actually used to use. There's Sprite Sheet. This is one we actually used to have a license for. We use it for Uncle Slam. You can see there's how you like put the sprites in, and then you can export to different formats. What formats does it support? I wonder if it can export to NGUI. That would be interesting. I mean, we wouldn't want to like require you to buy this though, right? So that's not how we like. I definitely have this. I don't have it on my computer right now. Download the trial. I I can't imagine it. What does it do with the Unity export? It's probably for Unity UI. What's like, there's two parts, right? There's the actual image, and there's the data that describes like where are the sub images within that, right? Texture packer. Like, we have a license for this from like, I don't even know when. Let's try the Pro. I guess there's like a permanent free version. I didn't click that. Oh yeah, and there's a command line tool. I mean, if I click Unity, texture 2D sprite sheet. Yeah, the data file format. I mean, we could just sort of, any generic JSON, right? Is something we could read in. Wow, there's so many. NGUI? No. So this is gonna, interesting, what does it, create your own data format? What? Yeah, I mean, generic format seems probably fine. Such as exporting source code. Whoa, that seems silly. But fine. All right, so let's like put some graphics in there. Like guys' cards. It's like a few of the cards. There's some guys' cards. Oh, I see. There's an importer plugin. Allows Unity editor to read sprite on data, but like we don't want the editor. The editor's not going to be reading this, right? This is once we're shipping it. I wonder if we like Google Texture Packer Unity mod. Texture Packer NGUI. Import Atlas. Someone might have like made some code. Yeah, so NGUI supports Texture Packer import, like by converting their format or whatever. Which is not, like, this is all like not mod stuff, it's game dev stuff, like it's before, well, whatever. Like save this on the desktop. Test. Go. Publish. Right. They're helping me. They're helping me with all that. Yeah, and this is like, they've got an exporter, so this is like some data format. Yeah, that's like, it's saying like this graphic is at this coordinates and here's whatever, right? It's also got like shape data and stuff like that. Yeah, so that's all very helpful, but not what we want. What if we just go to a JSON file? Test. What does that look like? I mean, if it's JSON file, it's not hard for us to like load it up and get the, yeah, like file name and the like location of it and stuff. We could say like no rotation allowed or things like that to make it like easier. I think is it rotate? Yeah, it's rotating. So we can say like no rotating. No rotating. Can I say that? Am I missing that? This has so many features. Max Rex probably rotates, right? Advanced settings. Advanced. Allow rotation. And you can probably say like it needs to be power of 2 or word aligned, so it can't like be funny shaped. Power of 2 is what we use though. For compression reasons. So yeah, there's our sprite sheet, and then none of these are rotated. So cool. So I don't know if the free version lets us do this. How do we? Yeah, we have like a super old version of it. And physics editor too we use for Uncle Slam. We don't want to like require you to buy this, right? So you can always make the file. You can always do it manually, but that sucks. Can I find that? I want to try the free side. Deactivate my license. Okay, we're on free now. Okay, save it. Use free version. You need extrude, advanced algorithms, trimming, cropping, ping optimization, level not 0. Sure, I don't care. You can always optimize the PNG more. Right, so it probably won't let me publish because it's make some sprites colored red. Oh no, they're red. Right, so we're not allowed to use advanced algorithms, so that's fine. Like we're almost always just packing a whole bunch of squares, so it's not like. Let's give it a little padding. Can we add padding to each one? Yeah. Sometimes that's. I can click disable the features so that I can't do it. That's nice. Then like if you want to like use the advanced features, you can. But like this is what our things look like anyways. Like none like sure for rotation, rotation is actually still supported, right? And then we can still have a JSON file. So I think we can say, recommend use texture packer or use whatever can generate a file with this format that is like texture packer. There was another format option. JSON hash or run XML. Not gonna be XML. Cocos 2D, that's what we use with Uncle Slam. Let's see what else is here. UI kit for iOS. Unity JSON data. It's grayed out. You have to. That's a pro feature. Oh, right. It's because old versions of Unity did not recognize .json, like I was saying earlier. JSON hash. Right. We're not using. Like, can we turn off these features that are like extrude, trim? I guess it like set a bunch of. What's extrude? I don't even know what that is. It reset when I changed the format. I think it reset. I just want to see what the other format looks like. Right, so it's a hash based on the file name instead. Just like whichever, doesn't matter. I don't know. Tell me what's best. So I think that seems like a good tool, whether it's Texture Packer. There was another one when I was searching, it was like free alternative to Texture Packer. There's like a bunch. Oh, Sprite Sheet Packer. This is a free online alternative. So you can just do it on the website here. Easier, even easier. Download JSON. It's probably the same format. Yep. Oh, I think it's the same format. It's the array format. No, this is the hash format. It just was formatted differently. That's the hash format. Right, JSON or CSS. Right, so you can actually use the online one. But obviously, you're probably going to want the more power of using the tool, but it's free. There's also this free texturepacker.com, which seems fine also. It has a JSON format. So like, I'm not going to download it, but like, that's an open source one. Seems fine too. And if they both like basically can create a reasonable JSON format, we could potentially support this format or whatever. But Texture Packer is free, and there's even the online free version. And if you want to have more control, you can pay for it if you want. So that's kind of cool. So that seems good to me. Let's make some notes on that. Texture Packer has a free version that can export JSON. Or hash format, and does plenty for what we need to make card atlas files. Like, Texture Packer can do really cool stuff with like the borders of sprites and like rotating and like all sorts of fancy features. But like literally, this is like a bunch of rectangles need to be in an atlas. It's not a complicated requirement, and so it looks like the free version supports all of that. So that's cool. I'll link to it here on the card if anyone wants to find that. Right, so, and then this person was able to, make a texture 2D. It actually, is this person making it completely at runtime? I didn't realize that was happening. Pack textures? No. I don't know. I guess that would mean then you wouldn't have to use Texture Packer. set the main texture to the test texture. Right, then we create some new sprites and just basically set their coordinates. Just wonder how, like, how expensive is doing that? Because you need to have a lot of memory for that compared to just loading it. So you have like a loading screen for your mod, basically. More of a loading screen for your mod than anything. That's interesting, though, that you can do that. And you can make it no longer readable. That's cool. I mean, I guess that's what NGUI does when you make the atlas. It's a thing that would be done in the editor more. Interesting. So there's like texture 2D can create an atlas at runtime. Tried it. NGUI and it worked. Got this link. Because like they had the problem, but then they solved their problem and actually wrote about it. Like that other XKCD, they didn't. It worked. So I think we could try that. Right, I guess you could also just look at what the NGUI code is doing, but that seems cool. So yeah, it's sort of like, this is kind of interesting because there's like sort of two ways to approach it, right? Like we could say you need to create your atlas and bundle it into your mod, and that's like a little more work for the mod author, but it's faster for the player who's got the mod because it doesn't need to do extra processing. It just loads it up and uses it. So that's nice. Versus like basically like just put your files in this folder and we'll make the atlas for you at runtime, which is like fine. I guess it could be almost both. Like when you upload your mod, it could like do that at the upload step. Then it's like we could do double the work. We do both. I don't like the idea of having it to like create the atlas at runtime, because that's like a lot of work on the player's end, right? Versus like this is the point of doing this is that it can be done just once. And if the reason why you would do it at runtime is if like you're getting unknown images, right? Like if you're getting images from the internet or you're taking pictures or whatever, like that's why you would want to do it at runtime, because you don't know what they're going to be in advance. But if you're making a mod, like the images for your mod are the same and they don't change, right? Like when someone installs it, they're not going to be random or new. And so it's something that should be prepared ahead of time. So that makes me lean towards using sprite atlases that are created by mod authors. So leaning toward sprite atlases created by mod authors and shipped with the mod. However, we could potentially support creating the atlases for you when you upload the mod, right? So basically, instead of you having to create your own sprite atlas with Texture Packer, our uploader tool could do that using this functionality. That would be a nice sort of way to do it. It's still easy for the mod author, and it's also performant and better for the players. I think the first step though is in the prototyping is going to be, I guess the first thing the checklist is like Google stuff and think about it, which we just did. That might be all we end up doing today. But we need to, in the prototyping thing here, we needed to load a texture from disk. Sure. And load a texture from disk, set up load a texture from disk and texture and data file, I guess, and JSON data file. Set up a UI atlas with the texture and sprites based on the data file, and use it. Use it for cards. There's some that's more of that's not really prototyping, that's just doing it, because the prototyping is the first 2 steps. There's a lot of the game has to load assets for expansions and stuff to get the right atlas and stuff, so it's going to be part of all that. Is just like we did in the engine, where we need to find this code, how can we get it? It's we need an image, where do we get it? Where is this? Is it in the core game files? Is it in expansion? Is it in a mod file? And how do we find the right? Oh, excuse me. But for the prototyping part, it's more that's something I'm not really concerned about how to do that. Whereas in the engine side, it was okay, .NET assembly stuff can be a little funky, so let's make sure we can figure this out. So this first part is pretty easy. The second part is the part where I'm not 100% I've seen some people doing it here, right? Just create these sprite objects and set the values. There might be someone who's just done it. NGUI does it in the Atlas maker, but it does it based on the TP format, right? NGUI UI Atlas JSON. Did you mean this? I meant what I meant. How to use texture packer, JSON Unity 3D. It's easier if you use some framework. Blah blah blah. This is old. Don't use NGUI now. Yes, use NGUI then, which is why we used NGUI then, but it's not what we want now. What's this? Oh wait. Yeah, I think we just need to NGUI extraction Atlas wizard. Programmer sought. Hey, I found a new job, everyone. Oh wait. I don't know what this page is, but I don't want to be there. Just clicking on some things. Okay, so I think we have a direction here. That's going to be for next time. We'll get into looking at this. So I think probably out of steam on the stream for now. It's been about 4 hours. I think that's about roughly, I think, what I mostly want to be doing for dev stream, basically half a day dev streaming this stuff. But yeah, so we did some good stuff today, and so yeah, we'll be working on an update with some more bug fixes for Sentinels, and that is going to be included that we just did today. And then we can post that mod code up so you can download it and try it, right? You'll be able to actually run it on your computer. We'll be looking more into getting that sprite atlas and stuff working there. That's the next prototyping step, and yeah, then we'll just keep rolling on a lot of these things, and getting towards an alpha sort of. Here's the path to my mod. Please load it so I can play it, kind of thing. I guess one thing I want to add is frameworks is not the right word, support code for unit testing and console running of engine code or of engine content. So like what I was showing you there, but how like the unit tests can like, you can say like make this decision or do this thing. Just want to go through that. I'll probably go through that with David and Jean-Marc and see like, can we just like open source all this so that everyone can use it? And there's also like a whole other thing that we have, which is the mega computer, but also there's like an even more developer-y version of the mega computer. If I go to like, where are we? There. Let's go to Sentinel's engine, Sentinel's console, bin debug. So if I type -I, we get to the mega computer. Let's like make this bigger. So this is a way to play Sentinel's text-based. You can make a random scenario. You can like, play the scenario. Spite, no. The chairman, sure. You can start here's incapped, no. Advanced, no, that's fine. Challenge, no. Speed option, default's fine. Oh, hey, and then everything failed. So maybe we broke that. Oh, it didn't break. It's just warning us about it. It's fine. It's just a warning. But also, it's not working. That's there shouldn't be a type for it to get turned. That there shouldn't be a warning about that actually. Why isn't it working? Let's open the project. Let's turn off that warning. That warning is like not useful. Actually not useful. Get type return taker controller failed. Right. It's looking it up in the assemblies even though like, yeah. So we don't actually need, it's like, whatever, that's fine. Let's, oh, I wonder if this debug build is just like not up to date. It might be the case. Oh, I got it. I got an error, but then there wasn't an error. Build. A warning. Okay. No, don't load. Yeah, random. Yeah. Okay. Oh, but that doesn't work. I mean, I don't know the last time anyone's looked at this interface, so it's possible that it doesn't work. It seems to have gotten into an infinite loop, actually. That's... The fan is going. Which is strange. Actually, no, the mega computer should be working, so something's weird there. Let's run it without -I. Right, and we're getting some more. Could not find class for card. So maybe there's some things that I did that broke everything. That's quite possible. I'll have to check that stuff. I didn't run all the unit tests, it's true. So Sentinel's console.exe, if you just run it, it like it's like sets up a situation, and it's all very opaque. Print the game state. Oh, but again, we're like in an infinite loop here somehow. So I don't know if that's something that I did. Is it something that I did? Let's go back. File should not exist anymore. Did we check out the right? Yeah. We're just messing around here now. Okay, let me reopen the project. Was it something I said? Oh, custom command. That's fine. I think the build still worked. What? Just build it for me. Come on, guys. Oh, just like don't. Oh, it's because it was doing the Unity build. There's a special build for Unity. Yeah, I had the wrong. David, I had the wrong build config. That's what's happening. So it was just infinite looping, trying to like exhaust coroutine. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Okay, that worked. So that was just a pebcac. Check out master again and reopen. Yeah, so there's some like differences in how it compiles the engine for Unity versus not in Unity, but I wonder if that makes a difference for modding. Will it not work for modders? Do we even use that anymore, David? Unity define? I think we don't because of the fast coroutine thing. Maybe we do. Maybe we need to worry about that. Hashtag if Unity. Here. Right. So this is going to be true. I guess we need to like maybe have something you need to set when you're like building your mod or something. I don't know. We'll need to figure that out. Let me make a card here which is like see if Unity DLL build is okay to be developing with. It's just like a sort of mechanical thing with how method calls work in Unity versus not in Unity. Or if we can add a toggle or something like that. That's something we can chat about next time. Like just be able to like say force this thing even though that Unity is defined. I think is that really the only place that it's used now. Here, if it's not Unity, this is just like, right, there's some debug stuff here. The coroutines thing. A temporary bug hunter. And special strings that are handy in the mega computer. Okay, that's fine. And once upon a time, we added Unity. This is the changelog for the mega computer. All the way back from, this would have been 2014, May 2014. All the way these don't have years, but like you could probably infer the years all the way down to Oblivion and Completionist Guides and other stuff. Fun. Okay, so all that aside, we can actually run the mega computer now, like this. So like, we would probably like to allow you to use this for developing your mods, because it like makes it easier. Like you can be like, I want to use, maybe so like you get to type in your mod name or whatever, or you just set up your custom scenario with it, right? Choose your heroes, choose your version, whatever. That's it. No more heroes. No. Did I pick an environment? I guess I did. I don't know. Right, so now Choke Point did her things. Episode 0 gets to play a card. You can like print the game or view the game. Choke Point has a card in the trash. Yeah, she doesn't have any ongoings in play. Let's play like, we can like read Coolant Blast. Play Coolant Blast, I guess. Play Cold Snap. And yeah, I get these failed to serialize errors that happens on my computer. I think that's a mono thing that doesn't happen on Windows, or it doesn't happen in Unity anyways. And I don't do that. And yeah, so basically you can play the full game of Sentinels in this interface, even Oblivion, which is hard but possible. We're dealing with trees. Cool. Is glad that those worked out. So yeah, so what were we looking at here? Basically, we were talking about that providing that stuff, this support code for unit testing and console running of engine content. I think it can probably make sense for us to make that available almost right away. So maybe not immediately with this stuff, but pretty soon, because it obviously makes it a lot easier to test your code and start working on your code if you can like run it. And I mean, if we don't provide it, someone's going to make it and share it. So why have that work duplicated, right? Like it's been already done. So we just need to make sure that it's not like it's okay to ship out and whatever. So we'll have those discussions and see if we can get those put out in a reasonable way soon enough. Cool. So that's going to be it for this stream today. We got lots done. I feel pretty good about the progress and where things are going. So yeah, so things you can do now, you can see these sample deck list files and take a look at that and start putting your deck list together if you want for your mods. You can, I don't know, prepare artwork and stuff, but I know that's hard if you're not an artist. By hopefully next week, we'll be able to get that prototyping stuff, that rough mod loading code available, so you can start being able to develop your mods without any documentation or anything like that, but just like rough stuff to begin with. And we're going to be continuing to work on putting together documentation and support for that, for that sort of alpha level. And next week also going to be focusing on how do we load these graphics and make sure that we can get those graphics into the game, because that is also pretty important. So that's going to be it for today. Thanks for watching. It's been fun to be streaming dev, and we'll be continuing every week at 1 Eastern for, the afternoon, basically. So that's the plan. We'll see you next time. Thanks a lot.